We've got a long morning.
Oh, it's going to be a great morning, man.
It is.
We'll just call it that.
It is.
Are we waiting for anybody else? You want to get started?
I think we have. Do you guys have someone from the PD's office there?
Yeah, let me grab it real quick.
We don't need them, I don't think, for the first ones. I just want to make sure there's someone there.
Correct. You want to get started on Mr. Valdez?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's do it, man. Thank you.
And Your Honor, this is Court Interpreter Pedro Davis. I'll be standing by for 2 Spanish speakers. I should say, though, I have a 10 o'clock matter scheduled in family law and the contested order of protection at 10 o'clock.
Okay, I think so with
I have
that,
Lorenzo and then Amaya Martinez, who's in at the middle of the list.
yeah, so,
Idiarte is about the
okay,
driver, so.
hang on, Pedro. Jail, can
Chris.
we move Amaya Martinez up to after we get done with Mr. Iriarte so that we can have the interpreter excused, please?
That sounds perfect, Your Honor. So we'll do Valdez first, and then we'll do Iriarte, and then Amaya.
That's fine. And we can keep, yeah, I just want to make sure we get the Spanish speakers up in the list.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor. Bye.
You're welcome, Pedro. Morning, sir. Tell me your name.
Andrew Valdez.
Mr. Valdez, you are here today for an initial appearance on some city court matters. It looks like you have several matters that are pending there, and these are warrants for your arrest. It also looks like you may have something else going on in Pima County that has you at the Pima County Jail. Do you have any felony charges or other charges going on?
Yeah, I'm waiting here. I'm waiting to be released on May 22nd. I'm on hold on some charges. I'm
Okay.
getting out May 22nd.
Okay. So for the city court charges we're seeing you on today, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. The charges that you're here for involve shoplifting, false reporting, drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest. There are multiple counts of each of the warrants that were out for your arrest for failing to appear for court hearings. I am going to impose a bond today. It's going to be a $750 cash bond. If you do post that bond and get released, I know you're not scheduled to get out until May 22nd. You're going to have a court hearing in city court. I'll give you here in a minute. That'll be before that date. So hopefully these matters will get resolved, but if for some reason they don't, and you do post that $750 cash bond, you're not to return to the incident locations where any of the shopliftings occurred. That's where the victims are, and you can't go back there. I'm also gonna appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. So you should have someone from that office contacting you. Your next court date is going to be April 25th at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado, and it'll be a video review hearing, much like you're doing here today. So the jail will make sure that you appear for Judge Maldonado at that time. I'm going to give you an out of custody date as well. It's going to be May 19th. I know you're still going to be in custody. Again, if you are, the jail will make sure you appear via video for that date. But I anticipate, given what you've told me, Mr. Valdez, you'll be seen by Judge Maldonado on April 25th and hopefully get all these matters resolved at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're all done for today.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Hi, tell me your name.
Is this a Spanish? Your Honor, I have a visual.
Yes, it should be Mr. Iriarte.
Yeah.
Dígame su nombre, señor.
Lorenzo Idiarte.
Lorenzo Idiarte.
Mr. Idiarte, you are here today for an initial appearance. Actually, you're here for a review hearing.
Señor Idiarte, se encuentra aquí esta mañana para una comparecencia inicial. Bueno, de hecho, es una audiencia de revisión.
It looks like you're currently being held on a $1,000 bond.
Parece que actualmente está detenido usted bajo fianza de $1,000.
And that is for a warrant out of Maricopa County Superior Court.
Y esa es una detención que se emitió superior del condado Maricopa.
I'm told you have other charges here in Pima County.
También se me comunica que tiene otros pendientes aquí en el condado Pima.
So I'm going to set another review hearing for you on this Maricopa case for May 19th at 9 o'clock.
Entonces, esa revisión para ese asunto del condado Maricopa para el día 19 de mayo a las 9 de la mañana.
We set these review hearings to make sure that we're tracking that Maricopa County case.
Estas audiencias de revisión se programan para estar atentos a lo que está llevándose a cabo en el caso del condado Maricopa.
If your charges in Pima County are resolved before that May 19th date, Maricopa should come pick you up. But if they don't, we'll see you again on video, just like we're doing here today.
Ahora, si los casos que tiene pendiente usted aquí en el condado Pima se resuelven antes del día 19 de mayo, Maricopa podrá venir por usted, pero si se resuelven, bueno, si sigue detenido sin resolverse los casos, lo veremos de nuevo por video el día 19.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Idiarte?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta para mí, señor Idiarte? No.
All right, you're all done for today, sir.
Todo por hoy, entonces, gracias. Thank you.
Maya Martinez, siéntate aquí en la silla, por favor.
And we should be doing Mr. Amaya Martinez next.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hi, tell me your name.
Hola,
Javier.
dígame su nombre. Dígame su nombre, señor.
Javier Aníbal Amaya Martínez.
Javier Aníbal Amaya Martínez.
Mr. Amaya Martinez, you were here today for your initial appearance on felony charges involving possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Mayores por tener drogas, narcóticos, y parafernales de droga.
You do have the right to remain silent on those charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing today.
A su lado esta mañana un abogado defensor, pues si se le ocurre una pregunta a usted.
I've had the opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services.
He tenido la oportunidad de ver el informe que se me preparó por la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio.
Based on the nature of these charges, Mr. Amaya Martinez, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program.
Ahora, en vista del tipo de acusación que se ha registrado, señor, ¿es posible que usted califique para tomar parte en un programa de sentencia alternativa?
If you
Antes de la que... Go ahead, Your Honor, sorry.
If you want to participate in substance abuse treatment and agree that that's something you'd like to do, we'll set you for a hearing to see if you qualify for that program. And if you successfully complete it, the state would not go forward with these felony charges.
Ahora, si a usted le interesaría tomar parte en este tipo de programa, programaremos una audiencia para ver si es que usted califica para poder hacerlo y si logra participar con éxito, después se desestiman los cargos como si no hubieran ocurrido.
Is that something you would like to do?
¿Es algo que le interesaría hacer, señor?
Muy bien.
Your Honor, can we just repeat the part about how if he completes the program successfully, it may result in the dismissal of the charges?
Yes. So Mr. Amaya Martinez, if you successfully complete the program, then these charges are going to be dismissed. They're not going to go forward. So if you want to participate in substance abuse treatment, you'll have an opportunity to talk to an attorney before you sign up for that program. But it's about whether or not you would like treatment for substance use. And then if you do, you can successfully complete the program, hopefully, and then the charges are going to be dismissed.
Señor Amaya Martínez, esta sería una oportunidad para participar usted en un programa de educación y tratamiento para que se desestimaran los cargos a terminar con éxito este programa. Entonces depende si usted quiere tomar parte de ese programa. Si le interesa hacer eso, programamos una audiencia para que usted vaya ante el juzgado para hablar de eso, pero antes de eso hablaría usted con su abogado para hablar de las ventajas y desventajas, para ver si desea usted participar en un programa de tratamiento de educación antidroga para cumplir bien con éxito y se les quitan los cargos como si no hubieran ocurrido. ¿Le interesaría algo así, señora Maya Martínez?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes.
Given Mr. Amaya Martinez's willingness and the state's also recommending release to pretrial, that is the court's inclination. Does either counsel need to be heard further?
Lo que dice la juez es que en vista de la disponibilidad del señor Martínez Amaya para participar en este programa y que la Fiscalía también recomienda que lo dejen salir bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, el juez le pregunta al fiscal y al defensor si tienen algo más que comentar. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, nothing from the defense.
La defensa dice que no tiene más que comentar
State,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
y el Estado tampoco.
all right, I am going to release you to the custody of pretrial services. When you leave the jail today, you're going to pass through the pretrial services window. Have someone point that out to you so that you can connect with that agency.
Bueno, señor, lo que voy a hacer es permitirle que salga de la cárcel, pero para ser supervisado por mientras por la Agencia de Servicios Preprocesal. Cuando tramiten su salida, va a pasar usted por la ventanilla de la Agencia de Servicios Previos a Juicio, que alguien se le indique para decirles cómo es que ustedes se van a comunicar, perdóneme, cómo es que se va a contactar usted con ellos y empezar el proceso de ser supervisado por ellos.
While you're on release to that agency, you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on.
Ahora, mientras siga pendiente este caso y usted se va a someter al nivel de tratamiento, monitoreo que le recomienden ellos, educación, lo que sea. Se le puede tener alcohol, droga ilícita o armas de fuego tampoco.
A mí no drinking, no smoke, nothing.
Okay, he say he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do anything like that, Your Honor.
Solo marihuana.
Just marijuana.
Okay, well, right now, make sure that you follow those conditions, okay?
Pero en todo caso, asegúrese de cumplir con lo que le acabo de decir de lo que se le prohíbe. ¿Está bien?
Yes, sir.
Are we willing
Yes,
to
ma'am.
are we willing to waive time, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
Le pregunta a la defensora si está preparada y dispuesta a aplazar la siguiente audiencia un poco más tiempo. Ella dice que sí.
What I asked your attorney, Mr. Maya Martinez, is whether or not she was willing to waive time on your behalf for the probable cause finding in your case.
Señor Martínez Amaya, lo que le pregunté a su abogada defensora es que si está dispuesta a esperar más tiempo para posponer la siguiente audiencia, que sería para establecer el motivo fundado del caso en contra suya.
Normally, the state would have 20 days to file charges against you, but since we're going to have you participate in that program, the diversion program, we're going to extend your next court date out to June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's about 45 days from now.
Ahora, lo que ocurre usualmente, señor, es que la Fiscalía tiene 20 días para registrar los cargos formalmente en contra suya, pero porque usted va a tomar parte de ese programa de sentencia alternativa, ese plazo lo vamos a alargar como 45 días más, hasta el día 2 de junio a la 1:30.
The most important date for you is going to happen next week, and that's going to be your hearing for the diversion program we talked about. That court date is April 24th at 9 a.m.
Pero la fecha más importante para usted, por lo pronto, es esa audiencia que le dije, donde usted va a ir a la corte para ver si participa en este programa de sentencia alternativa, y eso está pactado la semana que entra, el 24 de abril a las 9 de la mañana en la Corte Superior.
That's going to be on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Hampson. And when you go to that hearing, you'll meet with your attorney, pretrial services will be there, and there will also be substance abuse service providers at that hearing that can assist you. And I see that Ms. Page just handed you the date and the information for that as well.
Ahora, esa audiencia se lleva a cabo en el tercer piso ante la juez Hampton, la sala 386, y ese día Es una conferencia previa al juicio. Estará presente la gente de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio. Habrá el fiscal presente también, su abogado defensor y consejeros de servicios de asesoría y educación antidroga que le pueden ayudar más. Veo que la abogada acaba de dar una hoja con la fecha y el lugar de la siguiente audiencia el 24 de abril.
I noticed on your booking form that it says you have a general delivery address. Do you have somewhere to stay right now, Mr. Amaya Martinez?
Ahora, señor Amaya Martínez, acabo de ver en la hoja de su fichado que dice que usted tiene una dirección de entrega general, pero ¿tiene usted dónde vivir, señor? ¿Tiene residencia donde puede vivir?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm also going to refer you to the transition center. It is a white trailer. When you get released later today, if you follow the blue line to that trailer, they may have services that they can connect you with before your next court hearing on the 24th. That includes housing and other substance abuse treatments. They also may be able to help you get a ride to court. I would encourage you to stop by the transition center when you get released today.
Ahora, también lo voy a pedir que pase usted a un tráiler blanco que está a la salida. Cuando salga de la cárcel va a haber un tráiler blanco. Siga las líneas azules para ver el tráiler blanco eso. Ahí pueden darle servicios que le pueden servir de ayuda por mientras, cosas como vivienda, teléfono, información de cómo hasta obtener raite para la corte ese día, el 24 de abril. Pase con ellos también a salir.
Okay.
Okay.
I do need to tell you finally that if you fail to appear for your court hearings, that they could issue a warrant for your arrest.
Pero también debo decirle, señor, le recuerdo que si no se presenta en las sesiones de la corte cuando se le dice, es posible que se emita orden por su arresto y detención.
Yeah.
Yes.
Make sure you stay in contact with your attorney and also pretrial services, and you're all done for today.
Entonces, asegúrese de seguir en contacto con el licenciado o licenciada y el servicio de servicios previos al juicio. Y es todo por hoy, señor. Puede retirarse.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I think that's the two matters. Thank you very much for your flexibility and thanks to the staff.
That's it.
It's gonna be 3 house felonies.
Just one second, I gotta run and grab those.
You're all done, Mr. Davis. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Your Honor. I will be entering an appearance on Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay.
It's number 10 on the felonies at the bottom, Judge.
Yeah, he's a ways down there. Thank you, Mr. Katsourelis. Just pipe in when it's time.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is Foster.
For your paperwork, right there.
Hi, tell me your name.
Yeah, Foster.
What's your middle name, Mr. Foster?
Leonard.
This is the time for your initial appearance on a charge involving tampering with a witness. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint, it's going to be the public defender's office to represent you here today, and you do have an attorney seated with you for purposes of the hearing. There may be another attorney appointed at a different time for you, but for right now, the public defender's office will be representing you. Looks like you have 2 pending cases in Pima County Superior Court currently, CR 2025-1384 and CR 2025-1616. Today, we're here to talk about your conditions of release on this tampering with a witness charge, which is a Class 6 felony. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services in this case. I've also had an opportunity to review the state's recommendation. The state's attorney tells me that they're going to be seeking a no bond hold for you. And with that, sir, because you have your pending felony cases and you're on release in those cases, The state gets to make that request of the court, and I have to honor it today and then set a hearing for you to determine whether or not the state can establish that they should be able to hold you without bond. Mr. Poston, is that still the state's position?
It is, Judge.
All right. So, Mr. Foster, I am going to hold you without bond today. Your next hearing is going to be April 22nd at 2:30 in the afternoon. You will be transported to the courthouse for that hearing. You'll have an attorney that'll be representing you. Do you know who your attorney is on your other two cases that are pending?
Derek Miller.
Okay. And is he appointed by the court?
Yes.
He-
Yes.
He's with the public defender's office, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Then he will very likely be with you on that one as well. They'll set conditions of release for you at that time, Mr. Foster, if you. So again, you'll be held without bond today. At that hearing, the court will either agree that you need to be held without bond or set release conditions at that time. The other hearing date I need to give you today is the preliminary hearing date, and that relates to the tampering with the witness charge. That hearing is going to take place on April 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That hearing may or may not occur. So if for some reason you bond out and a judge sets a bond in the future, it's going to be important for you to stay in contact with your attorney and pretrial services if you're released to that agency to make sure that you are aware of any other court dates if that one were to change. You are responsible for showing up at all future court dates, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear?
Yes.
And do you understand? I'm done. There's nothing else we can talk about today, but you might want to talk with Ms. Page first about whatever question you want to ask.
So I go. So how do I go to this one?
You're in the set the bond, so you're trying to figure out argue either that they should watch it or that you should get funds that you can potentially.
So I get a copy of this stuff right here. When?
Mr. Foster, was Ms. Page able to answer the question for you?
Yes.
Well, your next hearing is the April 22nd date, and you'll be transported by the corrections folks to the courthouse for that hearing. And I'm sure you'll hear from your attorney before that hearing so that they can let you know what to expect. And that'll be the first hearing. And depending upon the outcome there, your next court date of April 28th may or may not happen. But again, talk with your attorney about that. You're going to be in the Pima County Jail until that hearing on the 22nd. All right, you're all done for today, Mr. Foster.
Yeah.
Right.
I get this.
You have a copy of this pretrial service workup. There you go.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Daniel Gomez.
Mr. Gomez, you were here today, so we can follow up on a warrant out of Graham County Superior Court. It looks like you're being held on a $5,000 secured bond for that matter. It looks like you also have other matters here in Pima County that are still pending. Do you still have Pima County charges pending here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go to Gilchrist,
Okay. So what we do, Mr. Gomez, is have review hearings for you on that Graham County case. And we're gonna set your next one for May 19th at 9. So once your Pima County charges resolve, then Graham County will be told that they can come pick you up on their warrant, or you post the $5,000 bond. That would be up to you. but we're just tracking it here. So we want to make sure that we keep seeing you every month, just in case you're there at the Pima County Jail.
So everything's gonna stay the same?
Yes. Yep, everything stays the same today. And if you're still in custody on your Pima County charges, we'll see you again on May 19th at 9, just like you're doing here today.
Okay.
Okay, you're all done, sir.
Okay.
Done. You're welcome. And Miss DeWitt, can you hear me? Are you still on the line with us?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you.
Okay. Mr. DeWitt's case should be next.
Okay.
Hi, tell me your name.
Justin DeWitt.
Mr. DeWitt, you were here today on a misdemeanor charge of failing to comply with a court order. You do have the right to remain silent on that charge. Anything you say kind of will be used against you. I've had an opportunity to review some information by pretrial services. They prepare a report for the court that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of this offense. I also have Ms. DeWitt on the phone this morning as the victim in the case. She has a right to have input on your conditions of release, and that's what we're here to talk about today. Ms. DeWitt, I do note that you had a chance to talk to pretrial services, and the indication I have is that you do not object to his release, but that you do not want any further contact with him. And I also note that there is an active order protection that says the same thing. Is there anything else you'd like the court to know about conditions of release today?
I mean, it's a difficult situation. We're going through a divorce, and it's not that I want him in trouble or anything, but when he violated the order of protection, he scared our daughter to where she was running home screaming and crying due to the fact of his erratic behavior. She's not sure how to react to him at the moment, and that's what started kind of all of this going on, unfortunately. So he's scaring our children, and so I just know that he's not in the right state of mind, and I just hope that he gets help, but I don't know if this will help him with getting help. So I just don't know at this point.
Okay. All right. Jail, do you have any other information about any petitions being filed or any other activity with Mr. DeWitt?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. DeWitt, I am going to release you today on your promise to appear at a court date that I give you. Will you promise to show up at that court date?
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing I'm going to do is impose conditions. They're ones that you should already be following, and that means not having any contact with Miss DeWitt. You are not allowed to have any contact with her at all. Do not go to wherever it is that she is living or working. I understand that you do have children in common. Do you all have someone else that you can use as an intermediary in the event that you are able to see your children?
Yeah, my mom.
Mrs. DeWitt, can you communicate with his mother? And I'm not getting involved in whether or not he sees the children. My only issue today is I don't want him having contact with you at all for any reason at this time. The court can change that in the future, but that's going to be my order today. So if there is information that needs to be communicated as it relates to the children only, nothing else, are you comfortable communicating with his mother?
No, due to the way she's communicating with me in a very negative way.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's
Is
good.
there someone else that you guys can communicate with that can help be an intermediary for that purpose?
I think at this time it would have to be like a mediator due to the nature of his outburst and whatnot towards my family and me not wanting to have to include his sister or other family members in this role.
Okay. So, Mr. DeWitt, what I can tell you is it doesn't sound like Ms. DeWitt is going to agree to your mom. So the order that you're going to be under today, if I release you, is you just can't have any contact with Samantha at all. Do not go anywhere near where she is living or working. That's going to be the order. Your next court date is going to be April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. That's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. You can talk to your assigned judge at that time. It's going to be in Green Valley Justice Court. You can talk to the judge about conditions of release, but between now and then, and unless that order changes, you are not to have any contact. That means no phone contact, no social media contact, no emails, absolutely no communicable. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you going to abide by those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. With that, you will be released today on your promise to appear. You'll get a copy of your paperwork that will give you the court date and time that I gave you today, as well as the conditions of release we've discussed. You do need to appear at that April 24th hearing at 8:30 in the morning. If you do fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We're all done with the hearing today. Thank you for calling in, Ms. DeWitt.
Thank you.
Gilchrist?
Yeah.
You that was. I'm asking. Oh, there.
Hi, tell me your name.
Dallas James Gilchrist.
Mr. Gilchrist, you are here today on a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for charges involving theft, possession of drug paraphernalia, and failing to appear. You do have the right to remain silent on those charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It looks like you may also have a Superior Court matter that you're being held on. Is that the case?
I have no idea what you just said. I was supposed to be here on a warrant for an aggravated assault. That's the only thing I know about.
Okay, well, that's going to be the felony that you're being held on, is that warrant. And that's the one that's in Superior Court. It looks like what happened after you got arrested is they also found that you had a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for a theft case and possession of drug paraphernalia. It looks like that occurred back in February of this year. And then you were supposed to go to court in April to Pima County Justice Court, and you failed to appear. So now they have a warrant for your arrest for those charges.
I have no idea about a theft and the paraphernalia. I have no idea about the theft, but the only thing I knew about the paraphernalia.
Okay, so Mr. Gilchrist, you're being initialed on these charges today. So this is the time for your initial appearance where we talk about setting release conditions for you on this case only. So your Superior Court case that you had the warrant on, that we're not talking about that at all today. That's going to continue to go forward. Today, I have to decide what I'm going to do on these charges. So I understand that you may remain in custody, but if I release you on these charges and I give you a court date, will you promise to go on your own if for some reason you bond out on your aggravated assault case? Will you promise to go to court on the date that I give you?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is release you on these charges for your justice court case. So if you get released on that felony warrant, this is not going to hold you in jail. Your next court date is going to be April 28th at 8:30 in the morning. And that is going to be at Pima County Justice Court. If you are still in custody, which you may be, then the jail is going to have you appear for that hearing via video, just like you're doing here today, so that you can get that matter resolved.
All
right. If you do post bond and get released, do not return to wherever the theft or shoplifting occurred, wherever the incident location was where you had contact with law enforcement with that drug paraphernalia. Just don't go back there. Do you understand those conditions of release?
I got it. Yeah.
And if you fail to appear for your hearing, and again, if you're in jail, they'll put you before the judge just like you're doing today. But if you get released and you don't show up for that hearing on April 28th, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, you're all done for today.
Pretty much misdemeanors now, so I don't know what you want to do.
I'll fill out the front split.
All the rest of That's any Lopez. Come on.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Bethany Lopez.
Ms. Lopez, you were here today on a warrant out of Green Valley Justice Court for a disorderly conduct charge. This is a misdemeanor case. Looks like it happened back in 2023. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here today to talk about your conditions of release on this case. There is a $300 cash bond on the warrant that was issued back then. I have an address for you, Miss Lopez. I need you to look up at me, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have an address for you on South Coyote Lane. Is that a good address for you?
Yes.
If I release you today on this case and give you a court date, I know it's been a while, will you promise to show up at Green Valley Justice Court and get this case resolved?
Yes.
Do you have the ability to drive there or have someone take you out to Green Valley for the hearing?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to release you today. This is not going to go away, Ms. Lopez, so it's very important that you show up for that hearing so you can get this resolved. Do you understand? All right. I'll release you today on your promise to appear. Do not have contact with the victim of that disorderly conduct and don't return to that incident location. Your next court date is going to be at Green Valley Justice Court out in Green Valley on April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. When you get released later today, you'll get a copy of your paperwork that'll have the date and time of that hearing, as well as the address for the court date. Miss Page is an attorney. She's sitting next to you. I think she just handed you a card that will have a date on it as well. You do need to appear at that time. If you fail to appear, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes,
All right, you're all done for today, Ms. Lopez.
thank you.
Diego Romero.
Thank you.
Hi, tell me your name.
Diego Romero.
Mr. Romero, you are here on multiple matters today. Out of Pima County Justice Court, there is a warrant involving possession of marijuana, drug paraphernalia, contributing to delinquency of a minor, and then failing to appear. Looks like the offense dates for that were back in 2019. Looks like there was a court date in November of 2024 that you failed to appear for. So a warrant was issued for your arrest. There is a $100 bond amount on that warrant. It also appears that you have multiple warrants out of Tucson City Court. It looks like there are 3 of those. Also for contributing to the delinquency of a minor, being in the parks after they are closed, and drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges today. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about conditions of release. I'm showing an address for you on Neokai. How do you pronounce that street name?
Gnocchi.
Neoki. Is that a good address for you, Mr. Romero?
So,
Are you working right now?
no.
So, Mr. Romero, these cases, they don't go away. You actually have to go to court. So the options I have today are to hold you in custody until you can be seen on all of these matters, or you can promise me that you're going to show up at the 2 court dates that I give you today and I'll release you, but you have to go get these taken care of. What are you going to do?
I'll stop testing.
You want to stay in custody? Okay. I am going to impose a bond today on the Pima County Justice Court matters of $100. That is a cash or secured bond. If you do post that bond, don't return to the incident locations. I don't know where the contributing to the delinquency of a minor occurred, but wherever that occurred, don't go back to that location. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. That attorney is going to be Anna Dennis. Your next court date for the Justice Court matter is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the 18th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you post that bond that I imposed on that particular case and you get released, then you're going to have to be at Justice Court tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you're still in custody and don't post that bond, then the jail will have you appear via video, much like you're doing here today, and you'll be able to see a judge on those charges. Do you understand all of those conditions and the bond that I've imposed in that case? And if you fail to appear for the hearing tomorrow, do you understand that there's a warrant that could be issued for your arrest? Okay, now we need to talk about your city court cases. Those are warrants, as I've indicated as well. The bond on that is $750. So I am going to impose the bond. That's a cash or secured bond that's on the warrant in that case. I'm going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. Your next hearing for the Tucson City Court matters is going to be April 25th at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado. If you post that $750 bond before that hearing on the 25th, you'll get a different date for court. If you are out of custody on the 25th, then your next court date is going to be May 19th at 9:30 in the morning at Tucson City Court. When you get released, you'll get copies of your paperwork. I think Ms. Page, the woman next to you, is writing down the dates for you as well, but You will get paperwork that's going to have the date and time for your hearing as well as the address for Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear at that hearing, if you get released, they can issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear? I need you to answer out loud, Mr. Romero.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if you do get released on the city case, I am ordering that you not go back to the incident location where that park was. Don't go back there. Do you understand that as well? Out loud answer, sir. Okay, you're all done for today, Mr. Romero.
Santiago Cortez. Thank you. Sit down.
Right here.
Hi, tell me your name.
Name Santiago Cortez.
Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. I had to communicate with the clerk for a minute. Tell me your name again.
Sinaí Santiago Cortez.
All right, you are here today for charges involving assault and disorderly conduct. It looks like there's 4 counts of the disorderly conduct. These are all domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've reviewed some information that's been provided to me by pretrial services. And that program just shut down on me. So give me a second while I open that one back up.
Which today is for me.
Just print out.
So it looks like pretrial services did have the chance to talk to the victim in this case, who is your girlfriend, Kimberly Contreras, and her children. She's indicated that she's okay with your release and for you to go back home. If I allow you to do that, you are not going to be able to commit any further acts of domestic violence. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes.
All right. I am going to release you on your promise to appear today, as I've indicated. I am going to allow you to return and have contact with Ms. Contreras so you can return to the residence, but you are not to commit any further acts of domestic violence. Your next hearing in this case is going to be April 28th at 10:30 in the morning. That's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. When you get released later today, you will get a copy of your paperwork that'll have that court date and time, as well as the information about where you need to appear, the address for Pima County Justice Court. Do you understand the date and the conditions of your release?
Yes.
If you fail to appear for that hearing on April 28th at 10:30, the court could go forward in your absence. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, you're all done for today.
Arvisio? Oh, yeah, or right hand side.
Hi, tell me your name.
Allison Arvisio.
Ms. Arvisio, you are here today on a charge out of Tucson City Court involving disorderly conduct and assault. These are domestic violence offenses. This is the time for your initial appearance and your arraignment on these charges. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. Tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of this offense. Today, we're talking about your conditions of release for this case. If I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes. By running up the area watch.
I'm pulling up some information from pretrial. Give me just a second.
Okay.
So it looks like your boyfriend, Mr. McIntosh, is one of the victims in this case, as well as minor age children. And it looks like they were able to get a hold of Miss Vera Montes, who is, I guess, your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
She's the lawful rep for the kids. She's indicated that she's okay with you coming home and having additional contact, but I don't have any information from Mr. McIntosh. Do you guys live together currently?
Yes.
Okay. So if I allow you to return home, will you promise not to commit any further acts of domestic violence?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to release you today. Your next hearing date on this case is going to be in front of Judge Millian at Tucson City Court, and that's going to be on May 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. You are to commit no further acts of domestic violence. I'm not going to enter any other orders at this time. You do have to appear at that court date. If you fail to appear at that court date, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence. They could set future hearings, including a trial in your absence. And if you can't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, if you're convicted at trial, you're going to lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand all those consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
All right, you're all done for today.
Thank you.
Baldenegro. All the way out, down the steps, far right hand side.
Hi, tell me your name.
Frank Baldenegro.
Mr. Baldenegro, you were here today on a charge out of Tucson City Court involving being in the parks after hours when the parks were closed. It is a misdemeanor offense. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is also the time for your arraignment on this charge. You are presumed innocent. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. This is the time for us to talk about your conditions of release. If I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes.
All right, I am going to release you on your promise to appear. Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 9:30 in the morning. That's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. You are not to return to the incident location. You can't go back to that park. Do you understand that condition of release?
Yes.
All right. You do have to appear at that date and time at Tucson City Court. I know Miss Page, the woman sitting next to you, handed you a card with the information on it for your court date. When you get released today, you're also going to get paperwork that'll have the court date as well as the address for Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for that court date, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing and set future hearings in your absence. If they set a trial in your absence, which they can do, and you're convicted and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could also lose your right to an appeal. Do you understand all of those consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing?
Yes.
You're all done for today, Mr. Baldenegro.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Roosevelt Brack.
Mr. Brack, you were here today for a petition to revoke probation out of Tucson City Court. It looks like on April 12th of 2024, you were adjudicated guilty of DVDOC and placed on unsupervised probation for a period of 36 months. Written conditions of probation were imposed and a copy of those were provided to you. You are being petitioned now because there's reasonable cause to believe your conditions of probation were violated and that you failed to enroll in DV treatment, failed to attend the review hearing, and failed to report to jail for your deferred jail sentence. Tucson.
I actually related DVD.
Okay, so sir, okay, hang on.
Okay.
I want to tell you that you do have the right to remain silent on all of this today. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. That's all we're here to talk about today, not the facts and not why you did or didn't enroll in certain things. I can tell you that there is a bond amount on this petition. I am going to impose a bond today based on that of a $2,000 cash bond. If you do post that bond, you must abide by all of the conditions of release you had while you were on probation previously. I'm going to give you another court date. You will need to appear at that date and time. If you're still in custody, you're going to appear via video. This will be in front of Judge Million. If you do post bond and get released, then you also have to appear on that April 30th date. You just have to do so on your own.
Okay.
Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes.
I am going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. Someone should be out to talk to you before your hearing on April 30th at 1:30. If you do get released, you'll get a copy of the paperwork, and that will have the date and time as well as the Tucson City Court address so that you know you need to appear. All right,
Okay.
you're all done for today.
Come on. David,
Okay, I just signed it. Mhm. Hi, tell me your name.
David Haymon.
Mr. Haymon, you are here today on a charge of drug paraphernalia out of Tucson City Court. This is the time for your initial appearance and your arraignment on that charge. You are presumed innocent. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say kind of will be used against you. If I release you on this charge today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to release you on your promise to appear. Your next court date is going to be May 20th at 9:30 in the morning at Tucson City Court. You do have to appear at that court date at that date and time. And if you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence. And if you're not there, they could set a trial and other hearings in your absence as well. If you get convicted at the trial and you're not there, and you can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could also lose your right to appeal that case. Do you understand all of those consequences if you fail to appear at the hearing date that I gave you?
Yes, ma'am. I have
Okay.
a question.
Okay, what's your question?
They have a probation hold on me. I'm not on probation.
Well, they do have a probation hold on you, so I don't know what's going on with that, and I'm not seeing you on that matter today. So if you're on felony probation for something, there should be an attorney. Jail, do you show that record for Mr. Haymon?
And then a probation violation for Miranda.
Oh, it's for Marana.
Yep.
So it looks like you're on probation in Marana for whatever reason. So usually what will happen is Marana court is seen at noon. Is that today, guys? When's the next Marana court date?
I believe the next students would be today at noon, Your Honor.
So Marana does video court much like you're doing here today. The judge holds court at noon today. So if you're on probation in Marana, you should be back before her today at noon to get that resolved. The only thing that I talked to you about today is that city court charge. And as long as you're out of custody by that May date, you just need to make sure you show up for that. And hopefully your Marana matter will be resolved today, okay?
Thank you.
You're all done.
and Hernandez.
Yes, sir. Paul, that's
Hi, tell me your name.
Ruben Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, you are here today on city court charges involving disorderly conduct, threats and intimidation, and drug paraphernalia. These are misdemeanor offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is the time to set conditions of release on this case. It's also the time for your arraignment. You are presumed innocent. I am going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf to all three charges. As to your conditions of release, if I release you today, sir, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And then we were not able to contact your roommate who looks like is the victim in this case. Do you have somewhere else you can stay? Because you're not going to be allowed to go back and stay with him.
Yeah, I stay at the CD Tucson program housing.
Okay. And
Yeah.
and your roommate.
That's right here. It's right here on 22nd and the freeway at the Quality Inn.
Okay. And the victim of this case, your roommate is not there, right?
No, he's not there. I haven't seen him like in 6 months, since January.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I will release you on your promise to appear today. You're to commit no further acts of domestic violence and you can't have any contact with your roommate. Don't go anywhere near where he is living or working. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'll abide by those?
Yes.
Your next court date is going to be May 21st at 10 a.m. That's going to be in front of Judge Hale at Tucson City Court. You do have to appear at that date and time. Miss Page just handed you a card with that information. When you get released from jail later today, you're also going to get a copy of your court paperwork as well. And that will have the information along with the address for Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear at that date and time, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence and set future hearings, including a trial in your absence. If you get convicted at that trial and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could also lose your right to appeal that conviction. Do you understand all those consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you're all done for today.
Thank you.
Miss.
Hi, tell me your name.
Michael Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you were here today on city court charges involving domestic violence assault, 2 counts and 3 counts of domestic violence disorderly conduct. This is the time for your initial appearance and arraignment on those charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You are presumed innocent. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. They tell me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of this offense. It looks like Sherry Escabel is the victim in this case, as well as her children, and they were not able to get a hold of her. So what that means, a couple things today, Mr. Rodriguez. If I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But you are not going to be allowed to return back to wherever Miss Escabel is living at this time. Do you have some other place that you can stay?
Yes, I do.
All right. So the order that I'm going to enter today is that you not have any contact with Miss Escabel at this time. That can change with the court in the future, but you can't have any contact with her and you can't go anywhere near where she is living or working. Do you need to return to the residence to get any belongings that you have?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So what I'm going to do is on the conditions of release for you, I'm going to check the box that says you can return one time with law enforcement to collect your personal items. That means you need, when you get released later today, you're going to get a copy of the paperwork. It's the appearance order with release conditions. If you take that order to a nearby substation for a nearby police station or call 911 and let them know that you need to meet them at the address to collect your belongings, you can only go to the house with law enforcement. Please don't sit outside the house and call them. You need to be down the street at a convenience store somewhere else if that's how you choose to get a hold of them.
How will I know that she'll be present at the house so that way I don't waste a trip?
So you can go with law enforcement and they'll make sure the 2 of you are separated. So you don't have to worry about whether or not she's there.
She's not there, how am I gonna get into the house?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you not have, you don't have keys to the residence?
No,
Okay.
it's okay, we'll figure it out.
Okay. I'm going to trust that you figure it out. I just need to make sure that you abide by all the conditions of release that I gave you today. Will you promise to do that? Okay. Your next court hearing in this case is going to be May 13th. at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. Again, the paperwork you get today is going to have the information for the court date and time, as well as the location for Tucson City Court and where you need to be. It is important that you show up for that hearing. If you fail to appear for that hearing, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence. They could set future court hearings in your absence, including a trial. And if you get convicted at that trial and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could also lose your right to an appeal. Do you understand all of those consequences for failing to appear?
I do.
All right, you're all done for today, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Bartley,
Your turn.
what?
I love your shirt.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Baldenegro.
Mr. Bartley, you were here today on a charge of criminal trespass in the first degree. It is a domestic violence offense. You do have the right to remain silent on that charge. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services on your case. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. I'm showing an address for you on North Flowing Wells. Is that still a good address for you, Mr. Bartley?
Oh,
You don't know where, do you have a house right now that you're staying at?
no,
Where are you staying?
somewhere.
Okay. It looks like your dad is the victim in this case, and he,
My dad was not a victim in this case because I was nowhere near him when the sheriff rolled up on me. I was somewhere.
so I don't, listen, you have the right to remain silent on this, and anything you say can and will be used against you. So we're not going to talk about the offense today. What I have to decide is your conditions of release. And it does look like there are a couple of other pending domestic violence cases. So the bottom line is I can release you today, but if I do that, you're not going to be allowed to have any contact with your dad.
No. Yeah, that's that person.
And then do you have a place that you can stay? So let me tell you about a service where they might be able to get you set up for that. But if I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future? Because you have to show up to court. Sir,
Yes.
okay, so when you roll your eyes and you act like that, it doesn't tell me that you're actually going to do it.
No.
You're going to show up to court? Okay. I am going to release you on that promise to appear that you just gave me. You are not to have any contact with David Bartley. Do not go to anywhere near where he is living or working. Now, as far as where it is that you can stay, when you get released later today, which is going to happen, they're going to let you out of the jail, and there is a white trailer. It's called the Transition Center. If you follow the blue line when you get released, look.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, the judge is indicating he's held on court order treatment.
The jail is indicating that? Okay. I saw that there was a title.
I see a Title 36 hold, and the jail saying he's not going to be released today, but I don't have any specifics.
Okay. Jail, is that what's going on?
Correct, Your Honor. So when you release him, he'll be released as a Title 36.
He'll go to the CRC.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So when you get released today, it sounds like you're not going to go to the transition center. They're going to take you to the CRC for that Title 36 hold. But I'm releasing you on this case today so that they can have that happen. So your next court date then is going to be April 28th at 10:30 in the morning. And that's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. That's the date that you have to appear. Okay?
F-28, Justice Court.
Yep, that's the date. All right. And then the jail will make sure that you get transported to the CRC today for your other matters, it sounds like, that are going on. That transition center will be available to you. So if you go to the CRC and they do release you, the transition center is open Monday through Friday from 8 to midnight. If you go there and need help with housing or any other services, it's a great group of people there and they'll be able to set you up. All right. You're all done for today, Mr. Bartley.
Thank you.
Hey, sir, tell me your name.
Julian Cota.
Mr. Cota, you were here today on felony charges involving possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. This is the time for your initial appearance on those charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on those charges. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office today for you, and you do have an attorney seated next to you for purposes of these proceedings. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. They provide a report to the court that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. Based on the personal possession drug charges, Mr. Cota, you have an opportunity to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program. It's called the STEPS program. And if you tell me today that you want to participate in substance abuse treatment, we can set a court date for you next week to see if you qualify for that program. And if you successfully complete the program, the state's not going to go forward with these felony charges. Does that sound like something you'd like to do?
Yes.
All right.
I would.
So with that, counsel, I am inclined to release him to pretrial services today. Does either party need to be heard?
No, Judge.
Your Honor, I would like to be heard as to probable cause. And I may, sometimes these are updated after the fact, so it may be that I don't have all the information. But the interim complaint I have indicates that the officers saw him remove what appeared to be a meth pipe, but no indication that anything was tested, and that there was a small baggie, but no indication that there was anything in the baggie or that anything was tested and what the drug tested positive for, if anything.
I do note that as well. So the issue today for the court, however, Ms. Page, under 4.2 is I have to release him if I don't find that there's probable cause, and that's my intent, is to release him today. I'm not going to dismiss the case, so that's why I moved to the pretrial services, but your record has been made on that. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Cota, you're going to be released today to pretrial services. What your attorney has said is that it appears the interim complaint may be missing some pieces of information. I don't know whether or not the county attorney's office is going to go forward with these charges or not, but that's for them to decide at a future date. All I can do is make sure that you get released today. So you will be released to pretrial services to see if you qualify for this program. You're not going to be allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You can't have any firearms, and you have to participate in whatever monitoring or treatment pretrial recommends. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Check in with pretrial and whatever they do after that drug testing, however often you want to call and check in. Do you understand? You've got to check in with pretrial and do what they tell you to do. No, not really. Okay, so here's this phone number. You're gonna call it and they're gonna tell you what to do when to check in. What they tell you to do.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so it sounds like after talking to Miss Page, you're gonna abide by those conditions. Is that right, Mr. Cota?
Yes.
Okay, your next court date is gonna be next week. That's gonna be the hearing on April 24th at 9 a.m. in front of Judge Hampson. That's Pima County Superior Court, 9 a.m., third floor. You have to go to that hearing to see if you qualify for this program. You'll meet with your attorney from the public defender's office. Pretrial services will be there, and you'll also have an opportunity to meet with service providers in our community so you can connect to those substance abuse services. Are we willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the hearing next week is the one that you have to make sure you go to. And then depending upon what happens at that one, your next court date is going to be June 2nd at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not happen, so it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney. If you do fail to appear for hearings, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. You're all done for today, Mr. Cota.
Ramon, Cruz, no elected.
Hey, you want
I'm gonna try and get representatives. So it's easier.
your name?
Make it.
Hi, sir. Tell me. Hi. Tell me your name.
Ramon Cruz, RAMONCRUZ, middle initial M.
Is your middle name Miguel?
Yes.
All right. Sir, you were here today on charges of criminal damage, tampering with physical evidence. Those are felony cases. And then false reporting to law enforcement and failing to, I guess it's striking a vehicle. And failing to notify that you had struck a vehicle. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges here today. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Paige from the public defender's office seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review information that's been provided by pretrial services. Tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review what the state's attorney has suggested as to your recommendation. Looks like we all agree that you should be released to pretrial services. So it's my intent to release you today to pretrial. Does either party wish to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
So what that means, Mr. Cruz, is you're going to be released today and you have to stay in contact with pretrial services. Ms. Page is going to give you the number for that agency to make sure that they, you know how to get a hold of them. Additional conditions of release: don't have any contact with the victims, don't return to the incident location. You do have to participate in any monitoring or treatment that pretrial suggests. You can't possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Right.
yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is going to be May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur. So it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney so they can let you know of any changes. Ms. Page is writing that court date down for you so that you'll have it. When you get released later today, you'll also get a copy of paperwork that has that court date on it as well. If you fail to appear for your court dates in the future, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're all done for today, sir.
It's like, yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
I won't have to pay any.
Nope. You're just getting released.
Thank you.
Daniels.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Carlos Reed Daniels.
Mr. Daniels, you were here today on felony charges involving possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. We also have some city court cases that we need to talk about. It looks like you've got some warrants out of city courts. We'll do those in just a minute. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on the felony charges. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated with you from that office for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information that pretrial services has provided to me. They prepare a report that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense. What that report tells me is that you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program through the courts and the county attorney's office. It's called the STEPS program. That means if you tell me that you will or are you willing to participate in substance abuse treatment and you qualify for the program, if you successfully complete everything, the state is not going to go forward with these felony charges. Is that something that you're interested in doing?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're going to do is set a hearing date for you. That hearing date is going to be next week. I do intend to release you to pretrial services. That's the state's recommendation based on the nature of the offenses. Does either party wish to be heard further?
Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
So I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. You do have to check in with that agency, and Ms. Page is going to write that number down for you. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment that they direct, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you have a place that you can stay right now, Mr. Daniels?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to refer you to another place as well in a minute that might be able to assist with that in the meantime. So your hearing next week is going to be April 24th at 9. That's going to be on the 3rd floor of Superior Court, and you're going to see Judge Hampson. At that hearing, your attorney is going to be there, pretrial services will be there, and we'll have substance abuse treatment providers from our community that are there as well. If you qualify for that program, you can sign up right then and there and get connected to a treatment provider in the courtroom. Are we willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I just asked your attorney, Mr. Daniels, is normally the state would have 20 days to decide to indict you on these charges and go forward with the felony cases. In this case, they're not going to do that. They want to see if you're eligible for this program first. So we're going to give it a little bit more time. So next week is the most important hearing. If you don't show up for that hearing next week, then the state's just going to go forward with these charges very likely. So make sure you go on the 24th. The next hearing after that is going to be June 2nd at 1:30. That's the preliminary hearing. So the state has until that date to file these felony charges. If you engage in steps, that hearing likely won't go forward, but you need to make sure you stay in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for hearings, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that? So when you get released later today, I still have to talk to you about the city court charges, but when you get released later today, if you follow the blue line that's on the ground, it's going to take you to the transition center. It's a white trailer. There's a big blue sign that says transition center on it. Some very nice folks there. They're open from 8 until midnight. I think they refer to them as navigators, but they're people who can connect you to services, including shelters, a place that you may be able to stay. They can give you rides to court. They follow up with you. If you need phones, they can help provide a phone for you. There's lots of services there. So I would encourage you to stop by the transition center when you get released today to see whether or not they can assist you and make sure you get to that court hearing next week. Okay.
Yes.
All right. We do need to talk about your city court cases. You're here on multiple warrants out of city court for theft, drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass. It looks like another drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass. I'm going to release you on that case. Will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future on that one as well?
Yes.
All right. The court date for Tucson City Court is going to be May 28th at 2:30 in the afternoon. You are not allowed to return to any of the incident locations. Wherever the theft and criminal trespass took place, don't go back to those places. The victims are there and you can't have any contact with them. You do have to appear for your city court case as well on that date. If you don't, they're just going to issue another warrant for you and you'll find yourself right back where you are. Do you understand all that, Mr. Daniels?
I do.
Okay, you're all done for today.
Jason Hall? Nope, let this person.
Hi, tell me your name.
Jason Hall.
Mr. Hall, you were here today on a couple of different interim complaints. Both of them do involve possession of drugs, and it looks like one of them has possession of drug paraphernalia as well. These are felony charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in these matters. I'm going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you today. You do have an attorney from the public defender's office that will be representing you for the purpose of these proceedings. We're here to talk about your conditions of release today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. That agency gives me a report that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. What they tell me, sir, is based on the nature of these offenses, because they're drug possession charges, you could be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program. If you will agree to participate in substance abuse treatment, then the state, if you complete that program, would not go forward with these felony charges. Is that something you're interested to see if you qualify for?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, counsel, based on the recommendations, is release him to pretrial services today. Either party need to be heard.
No, Judge.
Right. So, Mr. Hall, I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. You do have to stay in contact with that agency. Anything that they ask you to do, monitoring or treatment, you're going to need to do for them. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you cannot have any firearms while the case is going on. You're going to go to a hearing next week, April 24th at 9 a.m. That's going to be on the 3rd floor of Superior Court in front of Judge Hampson. That will be when you find out if you're eligible to participate in this program. Your public defender will be there or your legal defender will be there. Pretrial services will be there. And we'll also have partners from the community for substance use treatment that will be there as well. You'll have a chance to get connected to those services if you qualify, and they'll get you all signed up there in the courtroom so that you can begin your participation if you're eligible. It's really important that you go to that hearing. If you don't show up to that hearing, then the state's just going to go forward with these felony charges. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
You have the ability to get to that court hearing next week, someone that can take you.
Yes.
Willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Hall, normally the state would have 20 days to indict you on these felony charges, but because we're going to see if you're eligible to participate in this program, the state's going to get 45 days to do that. So the hearing next week is really important. Go to that one. The next hearing after that is going to be a preliminary hearing on June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That hearing may or may not take place. A lot of that will depend on your participation in the program. So make sure you stay in contact with your attorney. If you do fail to appear for hearings, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear? Okay. And that is as to both of your cases. All right. You're all done for today, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. No, tomorrow's Friday.
Proceedings.
That's-
Hi, tell me your name.
Just did it.
Ms. Hicks, you were here today on a couple of different matters, it looks like. Looks like you have a warrant out of Maricopa County Superior Court. And we're going to talk about a review hearing for that case. And then you're also here on a Tucson City Court matter. And it looks like that's warrants related to a DV assault, disorderly conduct, prescription drug possession, and drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Neil, do you have information on the warrant from Maricopa County?
No, Your Honor.
Sorry, I was talking to the jail. Jail?
It's showing as a hold your honor, failure to appear.
Is there a bond amount on the warrant?
The information I have, Your Honor, is $750. It's a misdemeanor, it looks like.
Okay.
Felony. Oh, it's a felony.
Okay.
I can't read this apparently.
Well, I don't have it in my file at all, so I don't know. Oh, I guess it's actually, I didn't have,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry. Your Honor. I was gonna say it shows it's for narcotic possession.
I do think that it's, yeah, it's for a class 4 felony for narcotic possession. It looks like it's a CR 2020-011137, and then there's a 5-001. So that's the case out of Maricopa County Superior Court, and it is a failure to appear. So I am going to impose the $750 cash or secure bond that's being requested on that warrant. That was the piece that I didn't have on the paperwork that I had today. So what that means, Ms. Hicks, is that we also have to talk about a Tucson City Court case as well. But on the case out of Maricopa County, you're going to have that cash or secured bond. If you post the bond and get released, you're going to have to contact Maricopa County Superior Court to get a hearing date. I'm going to give you another review hearing date here in Pima County just to make sure we keep track of you so that if your local charges get resolved, you're not still sitting here. So your next review hearing date on this case is going to be May 19th at 9. If for some reason you are still here, I'm going to see you just like we're doing here today. Do you understand that?
It's true.
Okay. And then on the city court warrants, I am going to impose a bond on that case as well. It's going to be a $500 cash or secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you in that case. You're not allowed to have any contact with whoever the DV victim was. Don't go back to any of the incident locations and disorderly conduct occurred. Your next court date at Tucson City Court is going to be a video review hearing on April 25th at 1:45 in the afternoon. If you are still in custody at that time, the jail's going to have you appear via video, just like you're doing here today. If you post your bond on the city court case and get released, then your court date is going to be May 19th at 10 a.m. When you do get released from jail, whenever that happens, they'll give you a copy of your paperwork. And that will have the court date and time on it. It looks like you had Mr. Grinkowicz, either Gary or Jeff Grinkowicz previously. I'm going to appoint the city public defender's office today because it looks like I have a note that they may have been withdrawn. So they may appoint or reappoint the Grinkowiczes as well for you in the future. If you fail to appear for your hearings, Ms. Hicks are going to issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're all done for today.
Adrian Lopez.
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Lopez.
Yeah,
Bill March.
the other way.
Hi, tell me your name.
Adrian Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, you were here today on a felony charge involving possession of a narcotic drug. You're also here on a misdemeanor charge involving assault, and that's a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on the felony case. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this case. They prepare a report for the court that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of your offense. What it tells me is based on the nature of the drug charge that you have, if you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment, then the state won't go forward with these charges if you participate in substance abuse treatment and complete the program successfully. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that, I am inclined to release you to pretrial services today. Does either party wish to be heard on that?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Lopez, I'm going to release you on your felony case today to pretrial services. You're going to need to stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. The hearing date that I'm going to give you is next week. It's April 24th at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in Pima County Superior Court in front of Judge Hampson. And Ms. Page is writing all of that down for you so that you have that information. You need to make sure that you show up for that hearing. Hang on a second. So, jail, do you show any holds for him?
We do not, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez, are you currently on federal probation?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's no hold for you on that, but what I would encourage you to do is make sure you contact your probation officer when you get released on this case today, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, but your hearing next week on the 24th at 9 in front of Judge Hampson, 3rd floor Superior Court, is going to be to see if you're eligible to participate in this program. You're going to meet with your attorney at that hearing. Pretrial services will be there, and there's also going to be substance abuse treatment providers from our community there that will get you connected to services if you qualify. If you sign up and you complete everything, then the state's not going to go forward with this felony charge. Willing to waive time, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Lopez, normally the state would have 20 days to do a probable cause finding on this charge. What I just asked your attorney is if they were willing to waive time. So we're going to give the state 45 days, and that's to your advantage because if you qualify for this STEPS program, then the state's not going to go forward with the charges against you. So the next court date you're going to have after that April 24th could be June 2nd at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. I say could be because if you qualify for the STEPS program and are in the program, your attorney will let you know when your next court date will be. But it's important you stay in contact with your attorney because you have to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to do that, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're all done for today, Mr. Lopez.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hang on, we've got your justice court case. Sorry, I forgot.
No, it's okay. It's
Hang on.
okay.
Okay. So for the assault case, I'm going to release you on that case as well. And your next court date on that one is going to be May 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And that hearing is going to be at Pima County Justice Court. And again, when you get released, you'll get copies of your paperwork that's going to have that date. Don't commit any further acts of domestic violence and make sure you abide by any previous conditions of release before they issued that warrant. All right?
Okay,
Okay, now you're all done.
all right, thank you.
Number 4 office to.
Okay, and then, so when will I do this, so that I know when I run with 10, so I can all that down with these. Okay, so 4 or 5 hours. Okay, all right, thank you.
Valentin Lopez.
Hi, tell me your name.
Valentin Lopez?
Mr. Lopez, you were here today on multiple matters. It looks like we have 2 matters out of Pima County Superior Court that are warrants. We also have some Tucson City Court cases that we need to talk about that are also warrants for your arrest. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on the felony matters. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you today. It looks like there is One of the charges or one of the cases involves possession of narcotic drug paraphernalia, and theft of means of transportation. These offenses occurred back in 2021. There is a $1,500 cash or secured bond that was issued on that warrant back in September of 2021. Hang on a second. It looks like you have another felony warrant as well, also for possession of drug paraphernalia. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services on this case. I've also had an opportunity to review the state's recommendation. What we're here to talk about, Mr. Lopez, as I've indicated, is your conditions of release. The state is asking that the court impose the $1,500 and $750 bonds on the, or I guess it's $750 on each one. Mr. Poston, did you need to be heard further?
That is correct, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Ms. Page, I am inclined to do a $1,500 cash or secured bond. They're both in the same procedural posture, being that they missed arraignment. So I believe I can just issue the concurrent bond. Did you want to be heard?
I would just like to make a record, Your Honor, that we would ask the court to consider pretrial service release. I know he missed the arraignments. He indicated he was not aware of them. But I would like to point out to the court that it does not appear that he's had any further involvement with the criminal justice system since that time, and that was about 4 years ago. So I would ask that the court take that into consideration.
Looks like the city court cases are also from 2021. Mr. Lopez, I'm showing an address for you on Palmdale Street. Is that a good address for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you working right now?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I do release you to pretrial services today, which is an option, you have to promise to go to court. These things aren't going to go away. You're just going to keep getting picked up on warrants if you don't take care of them.
Right.
If I release you to pretrial services, will you promise to show up at the court dates that I give you?
Promise. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do that then. I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. You're going to have to stay in contact with that agency. Do you have a phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Stay in contact with pretrial. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do not have any contact with the victim on the theft of means of transportation charge. Don't go back to that incident location. Your next hearing is going to be April 24th at 1:30. That's going to be an arraignment. You do have to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, they're going to issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is going to be as to both cases. The other one is the possession of drug paraphernalia. So your conditions of release are the same on both cases, and your court date is the same on both cases. All right?
Okay.
And then we need to talk about your Tucson City Court case next. Same thing. I'm going to release you on that warrant. It's for threats and intimidation, assault, and drug paraphernalia, again, from back in 2021. Your conditions of release on that case are that you commit no acts of domestic violence, don't return to any of the incident locations. Your next court date in that case is going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw on May 22nd at 9:30 in the morning, and that's going to be at Tucson City Court. So 2 separate courts, 2 separate hearings. You have to go to both. Do you understand that, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear, they're going to issue more warrants for your arrest. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, sure.
All right. Stay in contact with pretrial services and your attorney. You're all done for today.
Thank you.
She can help. There's no call. It's under that. We'll see if that we get a payment.
No. Oh, yeah.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Munoz.
Mr. Munoz, you were here today on charges of narcotic drug possession, resisting arrest, and ag assault on a peace officer. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. They give me a report that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. That report tells me that there is a hold for you from the Department of Corrections. So regardless of what I do on this case today, you are going to be held until that matter can get resolved. The state is also asking for a $10,000 bond on this particular case for this offense. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, the report speaks for itself. The assault on the officer was pretty brutal. Thank you.
Ms. Page?
Your Honor, I would just ask that the court impose a bond so that he receives credit for the, since he's on a DOC hold. And I would ask that the court take into consideration his indigent status when determining an amount.
I am going to impose a $7,500 cash or secured bond today. If you do post that bond, that means your DOC matter gets resolved and you post the bond, then you would be released to pretrial services. You do have to participate in any monitoring or treatment that agency directs. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while the case is going on. You're not likely to have any of those anyway, given your parole status. Your next hearing in this case is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That hearing may or may not take place, but you are responsible for showing up at all future hearings. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed today, Mr. Munoz, on this case?
Mr. Honor.
I am going to order that you not return to the incident location as well. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear at your hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you stay in custody, sir, the jail will transport you to your next hearings, or you'll appear via video, much like you're doing here today. But if you get released, it is your responsibility to show up. You're all done today.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, tell me your name.
Mr.
Mr. Nunes, you were here on multiple matters here today. Looks like there is a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court for dangerous drug violation and drug paraphernalia that was issued back in October of 2024 and has a $500 bond amount on it. You're also here on new charges relating to possession of dangerous drug and drug paraphernalia. And then we also have some city court matters that we're going to need to talk about. Looks like there is a warrant for your arrest at a city court for assault, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, contributing to the delinquency of a minor and preventing use of a telephone in an emergency. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. These are as to the 2 felony matters that we're here to talk about today. And you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've reviewed information that pretrial services has given me that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offenses. Based on the nature of the new offenses, you may be eligible to participate in a substance abuse treatment pre-indictment diversion program. What that would mean, Mr. Nunes, is you would likely be released to pretrial services today if you want to agree to participate in substance abuse treatment, but you're also going to have to stay in contact with your attorney, pretrial services, and show up to court, which isn't something that you have been doing. So I'm a little bit concerned. If I release you today, are you going to show up at court hearings?
Yes.
Do you have a place to live right now?
Yes.
And will you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment if you qualify for that program, at least on one of these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will release him to pretrial. Does anyone want to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
And it does look like that was the state's recommendation as well. So Mr. Nunes, you'll be released to pretrial services today on that new case. Your next hearing is going to be April 24th, next week, 9 o'clock in Pima County Superior Court on the 3rd floor with Judge Hampson. Ms. Page is writing down all this information for you. You're going to get a bunch of dates today. That one is very important. If you don't show up next week, the state's automatically going to go forward with these new felony charges against you, and you're going to have the felony charges we're going to talk about already that you're going to arraignment on, and these new cases that will go forward as new felonies. So if you show up for that hearing next week and qualify for this program, if you sign up and complete it, then this particular case we're talking about right now, the state won't go forward on. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So with release to pretrial services, again, stay in contact with them, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You can't have any alcohol or illegal drugs and no firearms while the case is going on. We willing to waive time on this one, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
So normally, Mr. Nunes, the state has 20 days to file charges against you formally. But because we're going to see if you're eligible to participate in this treatment program, we're going to extend that time out and it's going to be 45 days. So again, next week, show up in front of Judge Hampson. That's important. And the hearing after that is scheduled for June 2nd at 1:30. That's your preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not appear or may or may not happen, but you have to appear at your court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
On your other matter, which is the possession of dangerous drugs, that case has already gone forward, but I am going to release you to pretrial services on that one as well. Same conditions of release. No alcohol or illegal drugs, participate in any monitoring or treatment pretrial directs, and you can't have any firearms. Your arraignment in that case is going to be April 24th at 1:30. So April 24th is going to be a busy day for you. You're going to be on the 3rd floor with Judge Hampson at 9, and then the 3rd floor again at 1:30 for your arraignment on this case. So you understand right now you've got 2 separate felony cases that you're going to have to show up for. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can't show up at 9 and then ignore showing up at 1:30 in the afternoon, or they're going to issue another warrant for you. Got it?
Right.
Okay. So show up for all of those hearings. Now we need to talk about your city court case. I'm going to release you on that case as well, and you're going to get yet another court date for that one. It's going to be in front of Judge Hale. Don't return to the incident location or have any contact with the victims in those cases or in those charges. Your next court date in city court is going to be May 19th at 9 a.m. And same thing applies there. That is a 3rd court case that you're going to have to go to. And if you fail to appear in city court at that date and time, they'll issue a warrant for you. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I
Right,
understand.
Mr. Munoz, stay in contact with pretrial services. There's some wonderful people there. There's a woman named Courtney that I'm sure you'll have contact with. She's a huge help. She's going to help make sure that you get what you need if you stay in contact with people, okay?
Right.
Right, you're all done.
That makes sense.
Mr. Catsarellis, are you still with us?
I am, Your Honor.
Right, it looks like Mr. O'Keefe is next.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Page, did you catch that one is Mr. Catsarellis?
Yes, Your Honor. I saw him at the pretrial office first thing this morning.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
George O'Keefe, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Keefe, you were here today on felony charges of aggravated DUI. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. It looks like you have retained the services of Ephemios Katsarellis, and he is appearing today on your behalf. Is that right, sir? I don't know if you filed a notice of appearance, Mr. Katsarellis.
I have not yet judged, but I will file it today. So you can still appoint the public defender, but I will file an NOA as soon as possible.
Okay, so officially, sir, I have to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Ms. Page is from that office. She's seated next to you. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss your conditions of release and what's going to happen with respect to your conditions today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on the matter. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. They're asking for a $5,000 bond. Mr. Poston, did you need to be heard further?
Your Honor, state submits on the written record.
I am inclined to release Mr. O'Keefe to pretrial services. He's not going to be allowed to possess any alcohol, illegal drugs, will be required to participate in treatment as pretrial services directs, and he is not going to be allowed to drive without a valid license. Does either party wish to be heard further? I guess officially, Ms. Page, is to you at this point.
No, you're
All right, Mr. Katsarelis, anything that I will allow you to add to the record if you would like.
Thank you, Judge. I think releasing him to the pretrial services is the right thing to do, given the complete absence of criminal history. This is aberrant behavior. And obviously, Judge, his wife is in communication and constant contact with me, and Mr. O'Keefe will come to my office tomorrow, and we'll take care of whatever needs to happen to get the case started and going. Thank you, Judge.
All right, so Mr. O'Keefe, you're going to be released to pretrial services. That's an agency of the court, and you're going to be required to maintain contact with them. Ms. Page will probably write down that phone number for you if she hasn't already. You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment that they direct. That is going to be required of you given the nature of the offenses. So whether that's alcohol testing in whatever form, you're going to be required to do that. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs while the case is going on, and you're not allowed to drive without a valid license. Your next hearing in this case is going to be May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. Ms. Page is also going to write that court date down for you, and I'm sure Mr. Katsarelis also wrote it down, and whoever ends up representing you will have the information. However, you are responsible for showing up at all future court dates, and if you fail to appear, the court can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed today, Mr. O'Keefe?
I do.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing? All right, you're all done for today, sir. Stay in contact with your attorney in pretrial.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Keep all the way up on the courts.
Hi, tell me your name.
Los Angeles, Puerto Rico.
Mr. Olguin, you are here today on charges of third-degree burglary and aggravated criminal damage. These are felony offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm appointing the Legal Advocate's Office to represent you. You do have an attorney seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review information that's been provided by pretrial services on this matter. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release. The state is asking for a $1,500 bond. Mr. Poston?
Your Honor, having reviewed the statement of case probable cause in this one, the state has concerns because this looks like a senior prank gone way overboard. And honestly, this speaks of poor decision-making on the part of this defendant and his two cohorts. That said, along with poor decision-making skills comes poor decisions such as not showing up at trial. Therefore, the state recommends a $1,500 bond to ensure that this individual knows and has some skin in the game, for lack of a better term, that we know they're going to show up.
Ms. Page, I am inclined to release to pretrial services. Did you want to be?
I don't have, no, then I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Olguin, here's the thing. You're going to be released today to pretrial services. but you're going to have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You have to stay in contact with that agency. You are not allowed to have any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on.
All right.
So the victim in this case is the school that you attend. Mr. Poston, do you have, I'm not inclined to impose a condition that restricts him from going back to school. I do think it's going to depend on what the school wants to do. So I'm going to leave it up to them. I don't intend to issue any orders today that he not return or not have contact with them. I will indicate something in the notes for this defendant and the others that I'm leaving it up to the school to decide whether or not he can return.
That's fine, Your Honor. I have every expectation they'll suspend him, sanction him, or not let him walk at graduation.
Ms. Page, did you need to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Olguin, as you heard me say, I'm not going to say that you can't go back to school or that you can't have contact with people there. But you're going to be at the mercy of the school officials. So the note that I've put in for you is that the school officials are to determine whether you can return to the incident location. So whatever they say, you're going to have to abide by. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand the other conditions that I've put in place today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court hearing is going to be May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're going to be responsible for showing up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Ma'am.
You're going to be released and someone from the legal advocate's office should be contacting you. It's going to be really important that you stay in contact with your attorney and pre-trial. Do you understand that?
I do.
You're all done for today.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Parks.
My name is Kenneth Michael Parks.
Mr. Parks, you were here today on a felony in charge involving possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited possessor. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in that matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We also have a city court case that we need to talk about as well. The city court case does involve it looks like misconduct and DUI. And we'll talk about that one in a second. I've reviewed the pretrial services report that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release, and they're asking for a $10,000 bond. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, the defendant was stopped and arrested for a DUI and apparently never had a driver's license. During the inventory search, a pistol was located in the passenger compartment, and the defendant is a convicted felon. That he has a history, and there looks like there may actually be a warrant out there. There's a probation violation warrant out of Marion County, Indiana.
I do note the warrant, but it doesn't appear that we have a whole jail. Do you have any updated information?
You do not, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Page?
Your Honor, I would ask the court to consider releasing Mr. Parks. While I understand he is charged with possessing a weapon, he's not charged with using it in any way or assaulting anyone or committing any type of violent offense. If the court is inclined to hold him, I would ask for a much lower bond No more than $1,000. And he would like the court to know, Your Honor, that he has a job at Denny's that he's afraid to lose if he remains in custody.
I am going to impose a bond today in the amount of $5,000. That is going to be a cash or secured bond. If you do post that bond, Mr. Parks, then you'll be released to pretrial services here. You are going to be required to stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be April 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're going to be responsible for showing up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. We need to talk about the city court charges as well. I'm going to release you on those city court charges. Unless you post the bond in your felony case, you will still be in custody. However, if you stay in custody, you're going to have a review hearing or a non-transport review hearing. So they'll kind of keep track of where you are. I am going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. Your next hearing in Tucson City Court is going to be June 6th at 9 a.m. And that's what they refer to as the non-transport review hearing. So stay in contact with your public defender. You're going to be required to appear in city court on June 6th at 9 a.m. if you're out of custody. But if you're still in custody, your attorney will very likely talk with you about what's going to happen for that hearing, or you'll appear via video. I also need to tell you that this is the time for your arraignment on those city court charges as well. You are presumed innocent. I'm entering not guilty pleas on your behalf. If you do fail to appear for your hearing at city court, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with those hearings in your absence. If they do that, they can set future hearings in your absence that includes a trial. If you get convicted at that trial and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could also lose your right to appeal that case. Do you understand all those consequences if you have failed to appear for your court hearings?
But if, with me being insufficient, I have insufficient funds, and with me, I know I'm gonna still be in custody because I'm not able to pay that much. And then on top of that, I'm gonna lose my job. So with me still being in there, how am I supposed to get to the city court?
If you stay in custody, then you're going to appear via video just like you're doing here today. So for that court date that you have, if you don't get released later down the road on your felony case, then you'll still be in custody, as you said, and you'll appear via video for your city court matter. If you get released, I have to tell you that those are the conditions imposed. And if you get released, it's up to you to show up to that hearing. Do you understand that?
Thank you.
Okay, you're all done for today.
Ramos.
Hi, tell me your name.
Zaid Amador Ramos.
Mr. Ramos, you are here today on charges of burglary in the 3rd degree and aggravated criminal damage involving defacing a school. These are felony charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you. You do have an attorney seated with you today. She's from the public defender's office, and she's going to represent you as we talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review information that pretrial services has provided me. Tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. The state is recommending a $1,500 cash or secured bond on this case. Mr. Poston, I know you made your record as before. The court is inclined to do the same thing I did before. Did you need to make an additional record on this case?
No, Judge.
Ms. Page?
No, if the court's inclined to release him to pretrial, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Ramos, I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. I know there isn't any other criminal history. If I release you to pretrial services, you have to promise to stay in contact with that agency and show up to court when you're told your next court date is. Will you do that? You are also going to be ordered to participate in any monitoring or treatment that pretrial directs. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Normally, I would impose a condition that says you can't return to the incident location or have any contact with the victims. That's your school. I understand you're still in high school. So what I am doing instead of that is allowing school officials to determine whether you can return to school. So I don't know what they're going to decide, but I'm not going to, as part of the criminal case, indicate that order here today. So you're going to be at the mercy of the school as to whether or not you're going to be allowed to go back. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Your next court date is going to be May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. That means you have to stay in contact with your attorney and pretrial services. So if there's any changes to court dates, you know what those are. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You're all done for today.
Stephanie Rivera.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Hi, tell me your name.
Stephanie Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, you are here on a felony charge of aggravated DUI and having your driver's license suspended for prior DUIs. This is a felony offense. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. And you do have an attorney seated with you for purposes of this hearing. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. Tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release. They are asking for a $15,000 cash or secured bond in this matter. When we're done talking about this aggravated DUI, we're also going to talk about a warrant out of justice court for failing to appear involving a charge of not providing an animal with medical care.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, this is her fourth DUI.
No.
Both arrested.
Ma'am, I need you to just be quiet. Go ahead, Mr. Poston.
This is her fourth, according to my records, Your Honor, this is her fourth DUI. She's endangering the community. She's 3 priors. She's a 4 out of 5. She's a 4 and a 5, looking at mandatory prison time, 15,000.
Ms. Page.
Your Honor, I've spoken with Ms. Rivera. She indicates that there's really no bond amount she can afford, so she's asking to be released. I would ask the court, if the court is inclined to hold her, to impose a much lower bond given her inability to pay. She does have 2 children at home. She's employed as a manager and is concerned about losing her employment if she remains in custody.
Mr. Rivera, I am imposing a $10,000 cash or secured bond today. If you do post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. If you do get released to pretrial, you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. This is an alcohol-related offense. They will require you to participate in treatment. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not drive without a valid license. You don't have a valid license right now. You should not be driving. Your next hearing on this case is going to be April 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed today? I need you.
Yeah. Yes.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you're transported to your next hearings. If you do get released, it is your responsibility to stay in contact with your attorney so you know if there's any changes in the court dates. As to your misdemeanor warrant, it looks like there's a $50 bond amount. I'm going to release you on that case. your next court date in that case is going to be the 28th. If you're still in custody on your felony case, you'll appear via video, much like you're doing here today. But if you post bond and get released, you're going to have to be in Pima County Justice Court on April 28th at 8:30 in the morning so that you can deal with that warrant. If you fail to appear at that date and time, they're going to issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions that I've imposed in your misdemeanor matter?
Yeah.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear on that case?
Yes.
You're all done, Ms. Rivera. Hi, tell me your name.
Miguel Saavedra.
Mr. Sevedra, you were here today on charges of burglary and aggravated criminal damage involving a school. These are felony offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You have an attorney from that office seated next to you today for purposes of this hearing. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this matter. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. They've asked for a $1,500 cash or secured bond and release to pretrial if you post that bond. Mr. Poston, this is the third defendant in this matter. I'm inclined to do the same as I did on the previous two. The same record you made on the first certainly can be established here. Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Page?
No, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Sevedra, I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. That means that you have to stay in contact with that agency. They're an arm of the court. You're going to be required to stay in regular contact with them. You're going to have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Normally, I would also have a condition that you're not to return to the incident location. Because that's your high school. Instead, what I'm indicating is that the school officials are going to determine whether or not you're going to be allowed to return to school based on what happened in this case. Do you understand all those conditions of release that I'm imposing today?
Yeah, I understand you.
You're going to abide by all of those? Your next court date is May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Your attorney wrote down that court date. So you have that. When you get released, you're also going to get paperwork that'll have that court date on it as well. It is very important that you stay in contact with your attorney. If that date changes, you're going to want to make sure you know what the new date is. And the only way you're going to do that is if you stay in contact with your attorney. Do you understand that?
I understand you.
All right. You're all done for today.
Stevens.
Hi, tell me your name. Tell me your name.
Denise Stevens.
Stevens, you were here today on a felony charge of ag assault with a deadly weapon. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation in this case as to your conditions of release. The state's asking for a $7,500 bond. Mr. Poston?
Your Honor, this person endangered 4 victims in what looks like a DUI. These are the folks in the other car. This looks like this is going to be felony DUI charges that are going to be coming as well. That said, she is a continuing risk to the community if she's willing to drive whilst intoxicated. putting folks at risk, although she got very, very lucky that people weren't more severely injured or killed this time.
Ms. Page?
Your Honor, I would ask the court to release her to pretrial services. This is her first offense. She has no prior felonies. She has no prior DUI arrests or convictions. And she is employed and has housing here, Your Honor.
So Ms. Stevens, I'm going to release you today to pretrial services. What that means is that you're going to have to stay in contact with that agency. You're going to have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. You're also not allowed to drive without a valid license. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is going to be May 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could be issued for your arrest. It's very important that you stay in contact with your attorney so you don't miss court dates. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a service provider or someone that you're seeing right now? You don't have to tell me who, but do you have a doctor or someone that you're seeing currently?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're all done for today, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Viscusa?
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Victor Viscusa.
Mr. Viscusa, you're here today on a charge of burglary in the 3rd degree and aggravated harassment. It's a domestic violence charge. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have an attorney seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this case. Tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review information provided by the state in this matter and their recommendation on conditions of release. They're asking for a $7,500 bond. Mr. Poston?
Your Honor, the defendant is subject to an order of protection. That didn't stop him on 2 separate occasions. He went to the residence. He forced entry on the ladder. And what we have here is a person that is also on diversion for a DV charge in city court. We believe he presents a continual and present risk to the victim. He has a history of assaultive or violent behavior, and these misdemeanor refers to the same victim.
Ms. Page, I will tell you I'm inclined to impose a bond on this case.
Okay, Your Honor, I did want to note for the court that he has housing apart from the alleged victim with his mother. But if the court is inclined to impose a bond, I would ask that the court consider the fact that he is unemployed and is very unlikely to be able to pay a $7,500 bond in this matter.
I have a job in it.
I am going to impose a bond of $7,500 cash or secured today. If you do post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You can't have any firearms while this case is going on, and you're not to commit any acts of domestic violence. You're not to have any contact with the victim in this case. As the state pointed out, there is an active order of protection. You're not supposed to have any contact with Ms. Figueroa at all, and that's the court's order today. That order does apply to you, sir, even when you remain in custody. You may be given access to phones, email communication, other types of communication, but you're not allowed to have any contact with her regardless of where you are. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Understand.
Your next court date is going to be April 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're going to be expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure to transport you to your next court date. But if you do get released, it's your responsibility to appear or they'll issue a warrant. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Understand.
You're all done for today.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I missed the court date. It was April.
28th.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Hi, tell me your name.
Nehemiah Watson.
Mr. Watson, you are here today on charges of first-degree burglary, unlawful discharging a firearm in city limits, and misconduct involving weapons, having a weapon by a prohibited possessor. It looks like you also have city court matter that we need to talk about. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in the felony matter. I'm going to appoint the legal defender's office today to represent you. You do have an attorney from the public defender's office seated with you today for purposes of this hearing. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. Does look like you are on probation. Jail, are you showing a probation hold at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Watson, that means regardless of what I do on this case for a bond or release, you're going to be held until your probation matter can be addressed. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In reviewing the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release, they're asking for a $25,000 bond. Mr. Poston, I will tell you that is the court's inclination given everything I've reviewed. Did you need to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Ms. Page?
We were just going to ask that a bond be imposed so he received credit, Your Honor.
Mr. Watson, I am going to impose a $25,000 cash or secured bond on this matter today. If you do post that bond, then you can be released to pretrial services. If you get released to pretrial, you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms or weapons. You are not allowed to have any contact with the victim in this case or return to the incident location. Do you understand all those conditions of release in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is going to be April 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will transport you to your next hearing. But if you get released, it's your responsibility to show up or a warrant could issue. So it's important you stay in contact with your attorney. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
We're also here, as I mentioned, on a Tucson City Court matter. There's a warrant for your arrest in that case for criminal damage and disorderly conduct. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance on that matter. I am going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you since you'll be in custody for a little bit. I'm going to set a next hearing date for you. It's called a non-transport review hearing, and that is going to be on June 6th at 9 a.m. Someone from the public defender's office should be in contact with you to discuss how you can get your city court matters resolved. If you are out of custody, that June 6th date will be a date that you need to appear at unless you hear otherwise from your attorney. And again, they can issue warrants for your arrest if you don't appear. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're all done for today, Mr. Watson.
Mr. White.
Hi, tell me your name.
Very watch.
Mr. White, you are here today on felony charges of dangerous drug possession. You also have some Tucson City Court matters and a Justice Court warrant out for your arrest for a shoplifting case. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. Based on the nature of this new felony charge, it's a personal possession charge, you may be eligible to participate in a substance abuse treatment program. If you qualify for that program, it's through the courts and the county attorney's office. You successfully complete terms of substance abuse treatment, then the state would not go forward with these charges. Is that something that you're interested in looking to see if you qualify for?
Yes, I am.
With that, despite the other failures to appear on misdemeanor cases, I am inclined to release him to pretrial. Does either party wish to be heard further?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
So, sir, I'm going to release you today to pretrial services. Do you have a place that you can reside right now?
Not really, but I have people that take me up on the roof sometimes.
Okay. So you'll get released later today. When you do get released, I know it sounds maybe kind of silly, but on the ground is a blue line. That blue line that's on the ground is going to take you to the transition center. The transition center is right off of the jail property. It looks like it's even attached to the jail. It's a big white trailer and it has a big blue sign that says transition center. I would encourage you to go there when you get released today. They provide a bunch of services in the community that they will connect you with. So they will be able to, they have what we refer to as navigators there, and they'll be able to assist you potentially with housing, substance abuse treatment, getting you rides to court, getting you a cell phone. It's a great group of people that work there, and they'll be able to assist you with some of those services. So I'm not ordering you to do it. I'm letting you know it's a resource, and I would strongly encourage you to go there today when you get released. They're open until midnight tonight. Your next hearing to see whether or not you qualify for this substance abuse treatment program is going to be April 24th at 9 a.m. That's a week from today. You have to go to Pima County Superior Court, 3rd floor, see Judge Hampson on that day and time to see if you're eligible. You'll meet with your attorney from the public defender's office at that time. You'll also have people there from pretrial services, and you'll have substance abuse treatment providers from the community that'll be there in the courtroom that can sign you up for services. If you don't go to that hearing, the state's just going to go forward with these charges. Do you understand that? Your additional conditions of release are that you participate in any monitoring or treatment that pretrial services requires. You're also going to have to stay away from all alcohol and illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand those additional conditions of release? And are we willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing, Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I just talked to your attorney about, sir, is normally the state would have 20 days to go for point two. Because you're eligible potentially to participate in this diversion program with substance abuse treatment, we're going to give the state 45 days. So the next hearing you'll have after the one next week that you have to go to is a preliminary hearing. That one is June 2nd at 1:30. That court date may or may not occur. A lot of it's going to depend on what happens in your other case, the treatment court case. So you stay in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Talk about your misdemeanor case then, the warrant for shoplifting. I'm going to release you on your promise to appear in that case. Don't return to wherever the shoplifting occurred. The victims are there and you can't have any contact with them. Your next court date in that case is going to be April 28th. And that's going to be at 8:30 in the morning. You have to appear at Pima County Justice Court at that date and time. If you don't, they're going to issue another warrant for you. So right now you've got a couple different court dates next week that you need to appear for in the next couple of weeks in two separate groups. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Do you understand?
Yes.
I've got one more set of cases that we have to talk about, and that's the Tucson City Court matters. I'm going to release you on those as well. Hang on just a second. I've got some things happening. Okay. The charges in that are all warrants for criminal trespass, resisting arrest, drug paraphernalia, and shoplifting. There's multiple counts of those. Your next hearing in city court is going to be May 19th at 9:30 in the morning, and that's going to be in front of Judge Verena. You're not allowed to return to any of the incident locations or have any contact with the victims of any of those places as well. And same thing, if you don't show up on the May 19th date, city court can issue another warrant for your arrest. And Ms. Page has very kindly written down all of your court dates for you. When you get released later today, you're going to get paperwork as well that will have all of the court dates and times. You need to hold on to that so you can get these matters resolved. Do you understand?
Oh, yes.
You're all done for today.
Thank you.
¿Estás suelta? All the way up to. Oh, next step. Yep.
All right, tell me your name.
Brian Davis Smith.
Mr. Sisweta, you are here today on charges of domestic violence, aggravated assault, a couple different counts. One involves injury, the other is what we refer to as a strangulation count. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. Tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation in this case as to your conditions of release. They're asking for a $50,000 bond on this matter, released to pretrial if you post that bond. Mr. Poston, that is my inclination. Did you need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Page.
Your Honor, I'd just like to note for the record that he does not have any prior felony convictions nor any prior misdemeanor domestic violence convictions.
Noted.
I understand the convictions.
I am going to impose a $50,000 cash or secured bond at this time. Mr. Seslecha, if you post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You're going to be ordered to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. You are not allowed to have any contact with the victim in this case or return to the incident location. That order applies to you whether you are in or out of custody. While they're at the jail, you may be given access to tablets or phones for communication. You are not allowed to have any contact with the victim. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
I do.
Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing on April 28th at 1:30. That hearing may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail is going to transport you to your next hearings. But if you do get released, it's your responsibility to make sure that you show up at all future court dates. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
I do.
You're all done for today. All right, it looks like we're all done with the jail matters and we're going to switch to Ajo. Oh, and there we have Ajo already there. Hi, ma'am. Tell me your name.
My name's Melinda Harnett.
Hi, Ms. Harnett. You are here today on charges of trafficking in stolen property and theft of means of transportation. These are felony offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had the opportunity to review pretrial services report, which tells me a little bit about you. Mr. Poston, I don't have a recommendation from the state on this one.
Your Honor, there's we have some new folks in the process, and it wasn't entirely clear because we very seldom have Ajo cases. That said, looking at this individual's, looking at the allegation from this individual and their history, the state is going to go ahead and recommend a $7,500 bond released to pretrial if posted.
Ms. Page. Megan, you're muted. I can't hear you.
I'm muted. Sorry.
The CO decided that I didn't need to talk today, apparently. No, I was just saying I was going to ask for pretrial service, Your Honor. This is a non-violent offense that is alleged. I do understand she has some criminal history, but it appears the most recent was from 2015, which would be 10 years ago, and she does have verified housing locally with her boyfriend, who said he could live with her here and he would provide her with transportation for each of her hearings.
So I think I'm confused. The boyfriend, I think, is in Montana, not here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
I misread that.
Nope, it's been a long morning. I completely understand. Okay. All right. I am inclined to impose a $5,000 bond at this time. Is there anything you want to add, Ms. Page?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Ms. Hartnett, I am going to impose a $5,000 cash or secure bond today on these charges. If you do post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You're going to be ordered to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Your next court date, hang on a second.
Maybe. I have a whole.
Okay, so Ms. Hartness, your next court date is the April 28th. It says 4 p.m. because that's the time I guess they hold those hearings in Ajo. Ms. Page, that was my reaction too. I think it's actually going to be 1:30 here. I've never seen a felony preliminary hearing take place in Ajo.
In Ajo, they don't take place in Ajo, but for some reason they always set, when they do the initial appearances, they always set them at 4 p.m. even though it's never happened at 4 p.m.
Yeah, okay. So Ms. Hartnett, I think what's going to happen is you're very likely going to get transported if you remain in custody and don't post your bond. You'll be transported from the Ajo facility to the Pima County Jail, closer to town. And that's
I don't live here. I don't live here. So I was on vacation. So
Ms. Hartnett, you're going to get a chance to talk with your attorney. There'll be someone from the public defender's office that will be in touch with you. Like I said, I expect that you'll be transported, not in Ajo where you are, but at some point probably to the Pima County Jail, but your attorney will definitely be in contact with you. So you'll have an opportunity to talk with them about all the circumstances. They can file motions and do things going forward. I just think that there could be a difference in the time for your next hearing. So if you end up posting bond, I'll tell you that. Okay, so if you post the bond, stay in contact with your attorney because it's probably not going to be at 4 p.m. that day. It's going to be at 1:30 and I don't want you to miss it if it goes forward. No. Okay, and then make sure you stay in contact with pretrial services as well. You're not sitting next to Ms. Page, so you don't have the benefit of getting the number for pretrial. So what I will tell you is contact the public defender's office and they'll make sure that you're squared away with everything that you need, okay? Okay. Right. All right, folks, we're all done for today. Thank you so much for your patience. It was a long morning. I appreciate everyone's help today. Bye. No.